Here.
Country operates.
Right.
It's like
and
the
I just
influence of like effective oligarchs.
And do you see,
like big tech companies, like Jeff Bezos?
And it's interesting that we went from the bureaucrat phase to the oligarch phase to invoke sort of Orwell, right? Which is where we are at this point, where almost conservatives now. Here's one thing where I think we can find common ground, because a lot of people say like, well, you sound like a socialist to me, but let me explain to you why. You have 5 companies. The wealthiest people increased their net worth by $600 billion in 6 months in this pandemic, right?
Insane.
Insane.
Like,
we agree that that's terrible, right?
Yeah.
Do we both agree like that's...
Absolutely.
Now, we probably agree it's morally reprehensible.
Yes.
Same thing that all these billionaires are created when small businesses are suffering. Now, here's where we differ, okay? I think it's reprehensible Not if they made their money, honestly, I couldn't care less. If Amazon made that money,
I think it's impossible.
well, no, my
for
point
them
is
to
if they made the money because I chose their goods or services voluntarily, I don't have a problem. The reason they made that money is because of Elizabeth Warren's and Bernie Sanders and Biden's and Kamala Harris's, who shut down the economy and determined winners and losers. In other words,
Absolutely,
I was
which is
precluded
why-
from going to a local grocer. I couldn't go to the local coffee shop. In Michigan, I couldn't go to the local nursery, but I could go to Costco and I could order from Amazon.
Here's the thing. I totally agree with everything you just said, but our difference comes with the solution.
Right. I don't believe that more government would make it better. I think more government has made it worse.
I think that government keeping these businesses afloat is not only good, I think they had a moral obligation to do so.
But they didn't keep businesses afloat.
No, exactly. That's
They
my
only
problem.
gave money to their wealthy
That's
donor
my
class.
problem,
And the worst
exactly.
offender is Bernie and Elizabeth Warren.
Exactly. You have all these big companies. I mean, it reminds me of 2008 in terms of bailouts going to big banks, right?
Right.
Like you have all these major companies who
Yep.
are benefiting from this, and then the middleman, like the small guy, gets cut out, right?
They want to privatize profits and socialize losses, big banks.
Exactly.
Yes.
I'm like a socialist now.
But my issue is, guess what? What if no company is too big to fail? It's a self-solving problem. If you say, we're not giving you money. If you say, well, look, we're not shutting down businesses, guess what? In every single one of those scenarios, more government is not required to fix it. Government created that problem. Government created subprime loans. Government decided to bail out banks.
My view is government is sustaining that problem, and government completely has the power to eradicate that issue. Like when it comes to coronavirus pandemic, right? In terms of businesses failing, like what, half of small businesses are never going to reopen, right?
Yeah, it was something like the last number said was 60% of businesses that were open in April would be closed by October.
And like
Record profits for Costco
and
and
a lot of
Amazon.
those closures would be indefinite, right?
Yes.
Like, my problem is the government had the resources and the opportunity to keep them afloat via stimulus checks, via like all the funding that
They actually didn't have enough, though. That's also the issue.
This is like such an easy slam dunker on somebody like Crowder. So I agree, Crowder, like the government didn't do enough to keep these businesses afloat. Why didn't the Republicans, with Donald Trump in office, do something more? Why didn't they?
They don't have enough money.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Why
They don't. First, so two problems. They don't have enough money, and the money didn't go to the people who needed it.
Exactly. That's like
The money went to social.
Wait, I mean, like, you can't say when you're the government that you don't have enough money, right? If you're ever going to create excess currency, like, it's going to be during these times. Like, of course you have the money. We have the money to be in Afghanistan for fucking 20 years. We've got the money to, like, help small businesses during a fucking pandemic, okay?
This is where you talk about how you're not an identity politic person.
Yeah.
The money went to things like critical race. There went to a bunch of bullshit earmarked projects. The money, and not to mention the policy,
But definitely-
favored giant.
How much money went to critical race theory? Come on. Like, we're on way different scales of money being spent here. The type of money that we needed to bail out the economy was on the scale of not even close to millions, okay? Not really billions, but on the scale of trillions of dollars, right? Biden's coronavirus relief plan was what, around 2 trillion? The infrastructure plan is around 2 trillion. These are on unimaginably larger scales, right? We're not spending fucking billions of dollars or tens of billions or hundreds of billions of dollars on fucking critical race theory, okay?
corporations.
That had to be such an insignificant amount of money that went to little
No,
projects
you know,
like that,
Joe Biden's
right?
infrastructure bill, let's use his right now. $2 plus
$2.3 trillion.
First of all, that's not, the infrastructure bill is not critical race theory, okay? I don't know how you can oppose the infrastructure bill. I don't know how you can do it.
How much of it
10
goes to
years,
infrastructure?
Right. I actually don't know. I haven't read the specifics.
Less than 600 million.
Really?
Yeah.
So what's the rest on?
Bullshit. I'm just talking about 35 billion here, 200 billion there. Big part of it is for Green New Deal stuff. Not
Okay, wait. Okay. I think that one of the questions last night asked me this, and I didn't realize that this is like a tricky meme that Republicans are doing. This idea that the way that people are phrasing this is like with some really fucking weird shit to how they would define infrastructure. The infrastructure plan covers manufacturing and caretaking. The estimated spending on the proposed American Jobs Plan. So for infrastructure at home, we've got $111 billion spent on clean drinking water. So I think specifically what this refers to is getting rid of lead pipes in every single place in the United States. I think Biden wants it. This is supposed to be enough money to get rid of all lead pipes everywhere in the entire U.S. $100 billion to high-speed broadband. They want to increase the rollout of high-speed broadband, especially in rural areas. We've got electrical infrastructure, affordable and sustainable housing. I think some of this has to do with, is this greenifying like making some more buildings more energy efficient and everything. Public schools, early learning centers, community college, 137 billion. Then other shit is 28 billion. For transportation infrastructure, we've got. So I think what what people do is they'll take this 115 billion spent on highways, bridges, and roads, and they'll say there's only 115 billion out of the $2 trillion plan being spent on infrastructure, and they don't include any of this other shit as infrastructure. I think that's what they do. They use just this one number. I don't know why. Like, it's so dishonest, because some of the stuff even the Trump administration considered infrastructure as well. So like money going into airports, money going into like transportation, public transit, passenger and freight rail. Like there's supposed to be money allocated for trains. I think some of it for consumers or for the public and not just like shipping stuff. There's a lot of money that's earmarked in this for a lot of different awesome things. Wait, you just realized this? No, I hadn't heard the meme talking point before until there was a question that was asked last night, and I didn't even think about it. I was like, I don't know.
Recent Biden administration proposal for the infrastructure bill, I believe it was tagged at nearly $2 billion.
2 trillion.
Roughly. Oh, I'm sorry, 2 trillion, not 2 billion.
I wish you were 2 billion.
Roughly 5% of that goes to roads and bridges.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
How do you feel about that?
That infrastructure package looks unbelievably amazing to me. I'm a huge fan of it. If that actually passed, I think it would be like unbelievable. There's so much money in that going to like much needed infrastructure projects across the United States. For whatever reason, it seems like we have so much trouble passing these types of big things. I don't know why we send so much money to like places overseas. We spent a lot of money in Afghanistan. I think it would be awesome if it passes. I hope for the best. Because he's like, oh, what about like the fact that only 5% is earmarked towards infrastructure? And I didn't think about what they meant by that. But now I realize that like it's like a meme talking point. They're like, oh, most of the money's being wasted on dumb shit. That's just not true, right? Like it's just not right. I'm sorry. It's just not true. It's just stupid as fuck.
Not necessarily, not green infrastructure. No, not just infrastructure.
How is that
but
not
proposing certain
infrastructure,
policies. It's a never-ending hole, right? For example, if throwing more money, if the government had money, throwing more money at schools, Washington, D.C. and Detroit would have the best schools in the country. We don't have a money problem. We have a spending problem, and we have a corruption problem. Proposing certain policies. It's a never-ending hole, right? For example, if throwing more money, if the government had money, throwing more money at schools, Washington, D.C. and Detroit would have the best schools in the country. We don't have a money problem. We have a spending problem, and we have a corruption problem with the government, which I think we agree with.
Definitely, yeah, no.
I just don't think that we should put more power in the hands of the corrupt. I think that you're believing that inherently there are some people who are altruistic. But what I'm saying is probably the examples of people you would pick most, Bernie, ended up benefiting, even, I'm not saying he meant to, ended up benefiting Amazon, Costco, Walmart, and then you had Elizabeth Warren come out against the GameStop bettors.
But my problem is Bernie is he's one socialist senator in a sea of what, 535 federal
I know, can you
representatives.
imagine how bad it would be if everyone was Bernie? There would only be Amazon.
Democratic. Steal.
That's my point, right? People like me were going, don't shut down my business, and Bernie's like, shut down the business.
I mean, but did he not support more government funds going to middle-sized
But the
businesses?
point is, business owners are like, just don't shut down my business.
But
You can't fix the problem by giving me $1,600 is not going to employ 15 people.
I feel like it's a very reasonable fear to have in order for us to be like,
I don't
all right,
think that it's reasonable to create the worst unemployment, economic devastation.
The real meme is that because of the economic stimulus that we did have, people like Steven Crowder made out so unbelievably fucking well. There has been a huge wealth transfer to middle class workers and like business owners whose business wasn't adversely impacted. So for instance, and even though people still circle jerk these dumb fuck narratives, you can read it all over online, on Reddit, on Facebook, on Twitter, wherever, where you find these software devs, these people working kind of like white collar jobs or whatever, who are like, I got 2 fucking stimulus checks. I don't have to spend any fucking money on gas. I don't have to waste an hour commuting. I'm getting bonus pay from my company for working from home. I'm not spending any money going out to eat or getting a coffee. Like, I'm fucking overloaded in fucking money. Like, there are so many middle class people. Like, if you look at all of the outlays from the average American household, compare that to the amount of income that they made and the stimulus checks on top of that, it was an insane amount of money. Americans saved more money last year than I think they ever have in like fucking US history. And people like Crowder were in prime position to take advantage of this. business. Crowder's business should not have been adversely affected by the pandemic. On the contrary, if you did online content, your business should have been positively affected because now you've got more consumers, and I'm pretty sure most people had way more viewership. I'm generalizing a bit, but I'm pretty sure that holds true to be relatively speaking. Not only that, so not only is your general business unaffected, you got stimulus in the form of individuals, but you also got stimulus as a business owner where you could apply for PPE loans. So not only was your business unaffected largely, if you worked in an industry like Crowder did, you got 2.5 months worth of money of all of your payroll for all of your employees for free. So if Crowder employs 15 people, if he pays them all $60K a year, what is that? 600,000 times 300 plus 300,000 is $900,000 over a year. Wait, okay. So let's say he gives them $60K a year. Let's say that's five. I'm generalizing a lot of numbers here, but let's say it's $60K a year, 15 employees. Because he said we pays way more than 15 now, right? That's $5K a month among 15 employees is how much a month? $75,000 a month. So he should have gotten 75 plus 75 plus 37.5 is 187.5. So he could have gotten through PPE loans like $187,000 for free, like cash money in his pocket for fucking free. He didn't have to show a loss for the first loan. He doesn't have to pay that extra money out. He could just continue to pay his employees as normal, right? Like that's so much extra money that could have just been right into his fucking business for a PPE loan, right? Like, but I know that I wouldn't expect the kid to know all of this.
There's a public health thing, and I mean, we could get into like Fauci and how he's flipped positions on it. I mean,
right now in the United States, people should not be walking around with masks. I mean, for me as a public health official, obviously, I would like the consideration that everybody wears a mask. If you have a physical covering with one layer, you put another layer on, it just makes common sense.
But that was...
See, I think we would have a lot of common ground. Fauci's kind of a...
I think that the government and their messaging was a little bit messed up with the masks early on because you have to treat Republicans like children, unfortunately, because that's how they're going to act when they have to evaluate any type of argument. I think that... I want to say maybe they should have been more honest with the mask in the beginning. Honest to God, I don't actually know if that's the case, though. Because if they would have said, listen, masks are kind of important, but like we need them for our healthcare workers right now, so you guys need to chill. I think there would have been a run on masks like there was on like fucking toilet paper. I think it would have happened. They're in a rough position. Like I'll acknowledge that. Like our healthcare workers and everything, like in terms of the messaging, it's a rough spot to be in for sure. But I wish you could be more honest with it. Instead of saying that like, oh, the government changed their position all the time because they're fucking liars. It should rather be like they were in a rough spot. They probably could have changed it. Like be more honest with your engagement here. It's not like they're just arbitrarily choosing one thing or another. Like they've got reasons to change their minds on things or reasons to change their messaging on things.
Can we end on that? He's kind of a dick.
He's kind of been touted as like the know-all when it comes to health and pandemics. And
Fauci will never lose power under a socialist government. Do you understand that?
I just don't.
People like him never lose power.
I don't think
Fauci
so.
has.
Wait, why? Why do you assume that just because you have a socialist government, you're not fucking voting anymore? What? You can absolutely vote people in and out.
At the government teat forever. He screwed up. If you look at the response to AIDS, and he hasn't seen a patient in 40 years.
That's kind of crazy.
Fauci's job is not to see patients right now. What do you mean?
So my point is, I think we're so close, but Fauci, Bernie, Biden, Elizabeth Warren, these are career politicians, and they don't care about you.
I feel like Bernie has been that one guy that has been speaking up for working people, for poor people.
I think he's been speaking up for
almost every step of the way. It's very like verifiable. Like you can go back to his history. You can go back to literally the 1980s, and he's saying the exact same things he's saying now. That's such a marked change from every other politician in Washington right now. Like,
I agree. He's been consistently wrong, in my opinion. But I do agree.
That's where we disagree.
No, but here's the thing. I think he's genuine.
He's definitely.
I don't think he's genuine as far as like he's personally very not generous. If you look at the way he tips and his charitable contributions, so I'm always leery of someone who wants to spend so much.
Okay, firstly, fuck charitable contributions. Also, wait, what do you mean the way that he tips? Is Bernie Sanders a bad tipper? Is that true?
But if you look at his proposed policies and what he has supported through this pandemic, it has his types of policies. Let's say everyone voted in the House right now. I'm just a bill. House, Senate, 100% agreed on the policies that Bernie supported. You would only be left with the trillionaire class. And then afterwards, you would say tax them more. But the point is, at that point, the damage is done.
I don't know.
Shutting down businesses, get rid of the GameStop bettors, right? It's just, to me, I go, okay, I think his heart may be in the right place, but pragmatically speaking, it always ends up destroying people.
I don't know. I feel like he just definitely has been speaking for common people.
What you're saying, but here's the point, right? It's
like
the guy's palming it.
Do you
understand what that term
like...
means, right? With magicians, when they're palming something, look, he's going, hey, we're gonna put employees on corporate boards.
Okay.
Meanwhile, you know what creates more of a disparity of power? Shutting down middle-sized businesses and small businesses.
But then you have to
crippling them with taxes.
Then you have to
that creates a disparity, and then you say we're gonna fix it by putting people on corporate boards. How about you create an economy?
Then you have to answer why the billionaire class hates him. Why they're so.
They don't. Amazon supports the increase in corporate.
I'll give you maybe the most perfect illustration of this. During the Democratic primary, you had, after he won Nevada, this was before South Carolina.
Well, hold on a second. Let's use national elections. Primaries are different because primaries, they're betting on who's going to win the primary.
It's important. It just goes to show, like, the views of the billionaire class, right?
Yeah. Who overwhelmingly supported Democrats, not Republicans. No, it's not even close.
Okay, fair enough.
It's not even close.
But I feel like they do that for optics reasons. There's definitely an incentive for them to
seem woke.
Exactly.
All right.
That's why I'm not into the whole identity politics.
Or I would also argue the reason they do it is because
God, all the lefties that got so bought into the fucking populist talking shit, like, oh no, I'm not woke, it's not me, I'm not woke, and then like, dude, God, it's so cringe how much I don't do identity politics. But the reason why is because like 95% of you are fucking white, so you want to get as far away from anything related to identity politics as possible. Fuck black people. Why would you want to talk about any of that shit when you can just talk about cool shit like class and Marx, even though you've never read any?
These giant corporations know they can incur a 30% corporate tax and they can incur all kinds of red tape legislation and come out unscathed, whereas small businesses can't.
I mean, definitely. What you had after Nevada, before South Carolina, you had establishment Democrats who were panicking. All of the ones that were backed by billionaires,
yes,
all of the ones that were backed by moneyed interests, they were panicking because
and
Bernie
the Democrats
seemed
themselves.
like he was going to win. So what happened? You had Pete Buttigieg drop out of the race, right? You had Amy Klobuchar drop out of the race, right? And in return, I mean, like, Pete is now head of the Department of Transportation. Like, these are, like,
I agree with you on that.
They coalesced against him in that moment because moneyed interests see him as a threat.
Well, can I ask you something? When you say they coalesced, I want to make sure we agree. You mean corporate donors and the other Democrats, right?
Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
I
exactly
agree.
What
and
I
my
mean,
point
yes.
is, apply that to a national level. Corporate donors still coalesce with other Democrats, and that's my concern.
No,
what they did to Bernie, they'll do to us.
But my whole point is the fact that they want, like, they're so fearful of coalescing around someone like Bernie because he poses such a direct threat to their interests.
I think what poses a direct.
Which is why I think he's genuinely a man of, like, working common class people. Like, and
he's never worked though.
Oh, he was a carpenter. Like, he's
never had full-time gig. Full employment. No,
He's
not since college.
Definitely.
No, he
Come
hasn't.
on,
This guy has
brother.
not in 40
Come
years.
on.
But let me tell you this. And I understand where you're coming from, but let me say this.
I mean,
I
you
agree
can
with you, but
see
there's a
it,
slight
though.
difference, though. Let me tell you where there's a slight
Where's the
difference.
difference?
The difference is, I do think you were right that they were afraid of Bernie becoming the nominee. Now, the reason why is because they knew that when you looked at those polls, Bernie was imminently beatable, and they wanted to have a Democrat in power.
I feel like that's definitely a point. They definitely thought that he would be a loser candidate.
Right.
But
and they want to make sure that their Democratic bidders do it for them.
For sure.
So it's
I
not that
think
they
it was
oppose
both.
Bernie, it's that they want to, but the point is after a national election, then we have to
Here's
go
the thing.
primaries and we have to go to the national election. Overwhelmingly. Why do you think Amazon and Google and Facebook, why do you think all of the biggest companies overwhelmingly support Democrats and seemingly anti-corporate policies?
I mean, in terms of optics, I mean, the country is sort of moving towards, I feel like we're in a sort of anti-corporatist, I guess you could say,
Why do you think
populist
big
mode.
banks back Democrats?
I mean, I don't know. They back both. Like, it's not even solely a Democrat.
Is that even true? I don't know if that's true or not. Like, didn't Elizabeth Warren write like the Consumer Finance Protection Program or something? Like, isn't that like a really big piece of legislation she keyed that was pretty important in terms of changing a lot of standards of banks and practices? Didn't she get rid of like things like related to like how you process overdraft fees and stuff? But
They've been consistently backing
But
Democrats.
but it's definitely part of like an optics thing in terms of identity politics. Like, it's like I remember there's a Wells
I think
Fargo.
there's a component of that. I also
Like,
think that
yeah.
they stand to benefit financially off the backs of us.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know, like I remember a Wells Fargo ad about recognizing the LGBT community, and I'm like, all right, you don't give a about the LGBT community. Like, you're saying.
Sort of like someone walk in
you're
and be
saying-
like, "You suck dick. You can't open a checking account." No. I'm sorry, that doesn't offend you, does
No,
it?
it
Like,
doesn't.
that's not even anti-gay. It's
That's
just a
fine.
joke.
No.
See, I can get along better with a socialist libertarian than I can with a white woke bitch.
Talk to more libertarian socialists. I feel like that's.
Let me ask you this
That's
though,
the thing.
as a black guy, okay? Is there anything more annoying than white woke feminists who speak for you?
I mean,
We've been
like,
through a few of them today. They're like, well, I think black
Have you
people.
really? I haven't seen it.
And they're like talking, and I'm like, black people don't feel that way.
Yeah, I mean, I do hate white people speaking on my behalf, for sure.
It's
'Cause,
annoying.
like, the black community is seen as a monolith by both Republicans and Democrats, which is a problem to me. Like, we are expected to have a uniform
horseshoe.
view of seeing the world.
I can see it clearly
I mean,
now.
If you actually talk to
And by,
any-
I would say by black people too sometimes,
I
unfortunately.
mean, yeah, it's been.
Let me say one thing that I feel really empathetic, and we do have to go.
Okay.
But I will say this one thing, and he, quarter black, Garrett is my producer. It's funny, we didn't realize he was black for like, his dad is really black.
Which one is he?
Him, he's black. His dad is like biracial, but looks black, but then he just looks totally
It
white.
does look like there's a bit of ethnic.
He looks like he
I
might
don't
be,
think
like,
it works
Mexican.
that way, man.
So we only found out when we asked him,
He's only black if you're a Nazi. I think most people wouldn't, but okay.
like, what does that mean in English and Spanish? He's like, what do you think? He's like, dude, I'm black. We were like, what? This is after 6 months. But what was I saying before this? I totally forgot.
I don't even remember.
Here's one thing I will say, because he's an example too. If you look at a lot of his relatives and his cousins and his dad, they look more black than he does. But one thing that I do look at with young black men today, and I go, oh man, I didn't have to deal with that as a white guy, is, for example, we have fans who watch the show, and like, one example comes to mind, he was like a black kid who was like a metalhead. And he was like, oh yeah, all my black friends say I'm not black.
No, yeah.
It's because you're expecting. I go, as a white person, no one ever tells me like you have to like this. It's like, oh, he likes country. Oh, he likes hip hop. Oh, he likes this kind of food. And that's not pressure exerted from white people, but it is something
It comes
that's
from both spheres, honestly, because, like, yeah.
because that sucks. I would imagine that's like that's not a systemic oppression, but it is
does.
these expectations like of a black kid feeling
It
from
does
other black
suck.
kids that he's not
yeah,
black
no,
enough.
for sure. And I mean, like, I've experienced that, like, growing up. Like, it happens, but
Fuck.
definitely something that
I never
need
got
to
that.
change, and I feel like it's constantly reinforced to the point where I don't know if it'll change anytime soon.
Especially with white woke bitches.
I
They keep
mean-
reinforcing it.
I think especially with Republicans, to be honest.
Oh, come on now.
Oh,
No,
we turned it around.
We're leaving it on a good note.
There's definitely a way Republicans
You really
see black
feel
people.
like I'm
Here's the
pigeonholing
thing.
you more than a white woke feminist? I don't think you believe that.
I mean, certainly your party is more directed against the interests of the average black person than a Democrat. So even if a white woke feminist is spouting her bullshit saying she knows that
you're talking to a person here. You're an you're a libertarian socialist,
Yes, yeah.
and I am. You said you're to the left. I'm to the right of Attila the Hun. Okay, I am not a fan of Republicans.
I actually didn't know that.
I like Donald Trump in a lot of ways. There are some Republicans that I like, but I've been pretty pissed off with a lot of Republicans, and they're kowtowing to the tech oligarchy.
How do you square support with Donald Trump for his?
I don't. Okay, well, I keep saying we have to go.
For his support of that system, we were both just criticizing.
Well, Donald Trump has resulted in the lowest African American unemployment.
What about the corporate tax cuts?
And there are more Black Americans.
20 million Americans lost their job in the pandemic. Working and middle class Americans. At the same time, roughly 650 billionaires in America saw their net worth increase by more than $1 trillion in the same exact period. Let me say it again. 650 people increased their wealth by more than $1 trillion during this pandemic. And they're now worth more than $4 trillion. My fellow Americans, trickle down economics has never worked. And it's time to grow the economy from the bottom and the middle out.
Americans who voted for Donald Trump than any other Republican in recent memory.
Yes,
it absolutely was.
You know it happened.
I think freedom for all is freedom best. Is best for all.
Here's the thing. As a libertarian socialist, I agree. I believe in freedom, but
here's one thing I think we can both agree on. Free speech is absolute.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and certainly right now you would have to agree that the Democrats oppose that more than any other political party.
There is definitely a trend of censorship, which is concerning. But I mean, the thing about free speech that makes me so sad about that is that was such a leftist ideal, a leftist value. The fact that you hear other people's points, because it's just derived directly from like Enlightenment liberal thought. You know?
Well, there was a girl here who got really mad at me earlier who brought up like Huck Finn, that it used the N-word in the book. And she goes, and we shouldn't have, I think she was implying we shouldn't have it in audiobooks. And I said, what? She goes, well, if you were reading it in a class, would you say the N-word? I said, well, yeah. If I was reading in the class and I'm reading a book, if I'm reading a book and we're all in the class reading it. And she was wildly offended. You know, Richard Pryor, his album.
Richard Pryor's really interesting comic.
He's the best comic ever.
He's definitely up there.
He's definitely up there. And he said, I don't want white people to call it one crazy N-word. He's like, why would you change the name of my album?
I love him. I love Chappelle. I love... you know Andrew Schultz?
I do know. I don't know him personally, but
That's interesting that he brings that up, because later in his life, Pryor hardcore changed his stance on the N-word after he took a trip to some African country he went to, and when he came back, he was anti everybody saying the N-word, even black people. Somebody can go look up the quotes that they want, but.
Look, do you think George Carlin would be fine with this? Right now, if I say this word, it's removed from any and all social media. We'll bleep it. George Carlin would say, oh, if you say that word...
Wait, what? Did he didn't just say the N-word, did he?
Remove you from everything? That's bull.
I mean, he would say that's bullshit. I think it's disrespectful to people to say it. I don't think...
I was referring to a car. All right, but I do have to listen. I appreciate it, brother. George, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think we disagree on a lot, but I think this is exactly what.
Time for you to sound off in the comments below.
Comments, guys.
Remember to hit that like and subscribe, and don't forget the notification bell so that my videos show up right in your feed.
Racism, sexism, homo.
American style capitalism, like stuff like that. And a lot of socialists will just offhandedly say things like fuck capitalists or fuck liberals in general. And it's like, okay, well, what do you mean when you say like capitalists or socialists or whatever? And then when I run into somebody like Wolf, and it feels like their definition of socialism completely tracks with like liberalism, it's a little bit frustrating then that there's like so much aggression online towards liberals when at the very least Richard Wolff seems to be totally okay with liberals, assuming they're okay with like big government intervention. So that's the only reason why I push a little bit harder on socialists for definitions, or anybody really with a definition. If somebody's going to attack somebody with a definition, then I want to be really clear that we know what we're talking about. I've had like fascists will try to say things like, oh well, I think that Biden is a fascist, it's like, oh well, that's interesting. Well, if you're going to use that to attack Biden, I really need to know what you mean by that then, because that's going to be really important in this conversation. But okay, go for it.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with you. I think that, and I actually found it, again, very Rick Wolf style to talk about like three different versions of socialism. Like he did write a whole book, Understanding Socialism, that kind of laid that out. So I think he was kind of hearkening back to that. But it is frustrating to say then like, okay, cool, there's like maybe these three definitions. Which one do you hold on to? And
he did say the third one, to be fair. It was just frustrating because it felt like we were kind of bouncing between all three at different points depending on what argument we were talking about. But
yes, and I think that I think Noam Chomsky said this and other people said this, but the words, sometimes words like capitalism and socialism have kind of been evacuated of meaning. The meaning like is like context dependent or dependent on the person you're talking to. You'll find as many definitions of socialism as you will socialists. And so I think it becomes very difficult to try to nail down some kind of like quote unquote textbook definition or something like that. It is really important to make sure with each individual person you talk to that you know what it is they're talking about. So if you want to start there, we can start there.
Yeah, and I agree with what you're saying there 100%. But then at that point, I think I just echo like, did you watch Krugman talk to Richard Wolff? I would just echo Krugman's statement there then, like, why call yourself a socialist? Like, just use like liberal, because like socialist has so much baggage, and it does like have within it some truly abhorrent ideologies that Richard Wolff himself, I would hope, would like disavow. And like, why would you spend so much time like trying to find it when you're just like, oh yeah, like I'm like in favor of like more government intervention, like I'm a very left-leaning Democrat. Like just say that, and you don't lose like 80% of the people like right off the bat by calling yourself a socialist. Like it feels like unnecessarily like instigatory, or I don't know if that's a word, but like you're trying to instigate like out of that.
Yeah. I mean, so for me, the reason that I kind of still use the word socialism and communism is to try to, in some ways, resurrect what I think are the actual defensible meanings of this against this like history of it being used for a lot of different things. I think there's been a lot of propaganda, including even from Rick. I mean, I think some of what Rick is doing is essentially propagandizing in a way of trying to like package very complex, nuanced, and large philosophical traditions into like bite-sized pieces, which is extremely difficult. It's why, like Chomsky obviously has a difficult time with concision, because these aren't easy things to talk about in very concise manners. And I think that kind of caught him up even in your discussion.
Sure. So, and I understand what you're saying there. I totally disagree, but we'll get to that in our conversation. I've noticed that I get into a lot of conversations with some people who try to say like, oh, well, it's just really complicated, and that's why I try to explain. I don't think that, at least in my conversation with Wolf, I don't think anything we were talking about was really that complicated. I don't think anything like was that impossible to understand. But
I agree with that. I think the philosophic tradition of Marxism is complicated. I think it has a long history. There's a lot of different strands. They agree on some things, they don't agree on other things, and so it creates this like really difficult situation to know even what the fuck someone's talking about.
Sure.
And so at least for me, I tried to come up with definitions that would have generally the same kinds of aspects, so that would be like easier to kind of pull them apart and see the different constituent parts. So like for me, if we're talking about a definition of capitalism, I would say that capitalism is a mode of production in which, generally speaking, the means of production are owned, controlled, and managed by either a single person or a collection of people, and that the means of production are employed for the purposes of producing something that can be sold for a profit, that obviously being at a higher price than the cost of what it is, like of the cost of production.
Okay.
So that's a very simple definition of capitalism. I don't know what you would include that I haven't included, but I'd be curious about how you feel about that definition.
That 1,000,000,000% tracks onto my complete understanding of how like a socialist or anybody would define like capitalism. Your means of production are generally privately owned and managed, and your mode of production is your like part of that is you're generally producing commodities. You're producing things for a profit, not like what's socially necessary or whatever. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll just keep going on then. I think I want to break up a definition of socialism and then a definition of communism, just because I kind of want to use those, at least in the course of this conversation, for kind of what they are, knowing that like socialism usually gets the sort of over-encompassed meaning that someone might need by communism. So I'm going to be pretty particular here, and let me know if this is either annoying or overly pedantic, and we can figure out a definition that works. But to me, socialism is a kind of transition period, maybe something like mercantilism, where the working class, usually represented by one or several different groups or political parties, are able to assert dominance over or replace the existing apparatus, both social, political, and economic apparatus, and their associate government bodies, and use a sort of legal process, some sort of legal process, to expropriate individual and collective owners of the means of production and facilitate the transfer of those enterprises or firms to some sort of employee organizations, one that we might call worker self-directed enterprises or workers' councils or cooperatives, whatever we want to call it. So that's what I would define socialism as, like this transition phase until we get to a sort of communist period, right? Which is a mode of production in which, generally speaking, the means of production are owned, controlled, and managed by through principled democratic processes by those people who either add labor or potentially, this is a debatable question, but a debatable part, are like affected by or are stakeholders in the enterprises. And that those means of production are used for the purposes of producing, firstly, the satisfaction of basic needs of all the members of society, and then after that, to provide the ability to allow individuals to freely associate their labor in enterprises or firms engaged in pursuits beyond the satisfaction of mere basic needs. So those are that's what I would use as working definitions of these terms and phrases. And I just wonder how you feel about those definitions in terms of completeness and ability to kind of use in terms of facilitating a conversation.
Yeah, that's my understanding of all three terms so far. Yeah.
Cool. So if we turn to what I would like to do, maybe
also just as a quick thing, I don't know how relevant it is to this conversation. You're the first socialist that I've talked to that's been able to like concretely define like all three of those things, which is worrisome. I don't know if you run into a lot of socialists that can't seem to understand what socialism or communism or capitalism is, but okay.
Yeah, I've been playing in the playground of socialism since I was 15, and I'm 35 now. It's been consistently frustrating to have conversations with people for whom they claim to be adherents to a certain kind of ideology but couldn't explain the ideology. I think that for me too, there's a significant frustration with the number of people who would identify as socialists who are not in any way Marxists. I think that Marxist perspective as a sort of philosophical framework is extremely helpful to understand like the world and how things relate, and much beyond merely like giving you a reason to be pissed off or something like that, which I was for a long time. But like, I think it's really a useful philosophical framework that if you have and understand, yes, you might get a kind of political or social or economic ideology that comes out of that. But in many ways, you just get a perspective on the world that I think is super useful that many socialists don't, I think, genuinely have. And it's difficult. I mean, the guy wrote 150 years ago in a very, European continental style. So it's like, it's kind of inaccessible in a lot of ways. And so that's like part of to be like shamelessly self-promoting. That's part of the reasons I'm doing the podcast that I'm doing, is to like try to talk about these ideas without getting like too much into the ridiculous nitty gritty and not being like super dogmatic, but in a way that's just like able to be understood. And I think it's possible, but I agree with you. I think a lot of people, especially frankly on the online left, are not exceptionally good at like putting arguments together. And I think I'm lucky in the fact that I went to school for philosophy, and so I studied for years on like how to construct arguments and to how to like put things together in a way that makes sense, and like went to law school and like have to do it for a living and stuff. And so I think that's a benefit that a lot of people, for a lot of different reasons, obviously don't have the kind of privilege to be able to spend years just sort of, making arguments and doing things better. But I appreciate that. And I think these definitions are in principle defensible positions. So it'd be interesting, where we disagree on them. But I think it would be helpful for me. I know that I've heard enough of you saying, like, your perspective. You said this in your opening when you were talking to Rick, was when you think about economics, you don't see it in a moralistic framework sort of at all. Like, I'm not sure if you see it as value free or how you kind of understand or would be able to equate one sort of economic system compared to another. Like, what if there aren't values, or if we're not sneaking in values, which I don't want to claim that you're doing, what is it that you would use to judge one kind of economic system over a different economic system in terms of just evaluating them?
So for I consider like a lot of economics descriptive. So when we look at, for instance, like, how do we value labor, or how do we value like goods and services? When I think of like, how do I want to, like, what do I want in society? Like, how ought things be distributed or whatever? I would look at these types of things from a moralistic framework, I guess. Okay, so what is your philosophy background?
I mean, I studied mostly 19th century German philosophy. So
what does that mean? Are we talking like
Hegel,
shit?
Marx, Nietzsche?
Okay.
Into like Kierkegaard, and so sort
Gotcha.
of Hegelian philosophy mostly.
Okay, so then I think technically, then, if we're like super philosophy bro, and I think technically what I just said doesn't really make sense, because you're going to have some normative claim. For instance, when you tell me how do you evaluate what's a good economic system, well, technically you can't argue that like this is better than this without introducing some aspect of morality, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Some value claim.
Sure, for sure. I understand that. So so if we're going to get that deep into it, so the value claim that I look at is more just like, what is the most efficient way. Have you ever heard of the term like a Pareto efficiency? I might be pronouncing that incorrectly.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So like, what is like the most efficient way to allocate like capital in society in such a way that we like maximize the efficiency of our economy is basically kind of what I look at for any economic system. I realize that type of allocation is probably going to lead to a lot of inequalities. And then for anything that exists that I don't like, so like, say you've got people that work and can't afford healthcare or housing, those things you would seek to alleviate with government policy. That's like the mode of analysis, I guess I would say, I take when it comes to like economies and governments. Yeah.
So do you not accept that there's this kind of notion of political economy, that you really can't sort of separate politics and economics in a nice kind of clean way?
No, I definitely acknowledge that. It'll just depend on the type of conversation we're having. So, for instance, if you wanted to debate me on morality, I probably wouldn't say that like I believe much in like a minimum wage. If you want to debate me on like the efficient allocation of goods and services in society or whatever, I probably wouldn't agree with minimum wage. But if you want to talk about like, should the Democrats push for a minimum wage in the United States for $15 an hour? Yeah, of course, because the political capital is really important. I think that people probably feel better with a $15 an hour minimum wage for a whole bunch of reasons that might not make economic sense, but might make sense in other ways, if that makes sense. So I do agree that people don't divorce all of these things intrinsically.
Yeah. So in some ways, would you be of the mind that the sort of government policy is in most times useful for either directing or cleaning up what the economic system doesn't inherently provide?
Yes.
Okay. So I mean, that's standard sort of liberalism, right? The idea that there's a recognition that there are things like market failures and perverse incentives and all those kinds of things, and that you accept those because of the ability to be efficient and deliver, I would say, commodities and services to a sufficient degree that you would be willing to accept the sort of problems of capitalism, so long as you have a working government that would be able to alleviate as much as possible those problems.
Exactly.
Okay. So there's a lot of questions, I guess, in terms of why is it possible in your view that you could come up with an economic cure for some of the problems that we see in capitalism, like market failures and perverse incentives?
A market cure. So if we consider things like social wealth funds market cures, I think that like those things I'm kind of on board with for sure. There might be like, I just haven't seen them in practice, but there might be some level of like mandatory like worker distribution of profits or something maybe that I could be on board with. Like there's stuff like that. I say this a lot and nobody believes me, so whatever, but like I'm not really married to the idea of capitalism. Like I'm looking at like, well, what produces the best for the most people at the end of the day, kind of like a Rawlsian thing, and then that's generally what I go with. So like it is conceivable that somebody could say, well, okay, well, if workers owned all the means of productions, we lose like a little bit of efficiency. Sure, okay, Destiny, like it's not as efficient. However, like we don't need like 80% of our government programs now because the distribution of resources in society is so much more equitable that we can just like scrap so much. And like that creates like so many external positive effects. It's like, okay, yeah, fuck it. I'll take a little bit of a trade-off there if it really does lead to so many good outcomes. If that makes sense.
Yeah, there are questions in my mind, like in terms of the good outcomes. I want to like think about the issue of, say, slavery. Or the owning of individuals for the purposes of using their labor. If there's a kind of amoral position on economic questions.
Yeah, 1,000,000%. So like it sounds bad and I have to qualify this a million times, but like I would easily bite the bullet and I would say that if we could theoretically create such a world, I don't believe it exists now, but if we created a world where there was like a master owning class and slaves, but in this world, like every single slave had like access to healthcare, the ability to, consume media and, go to school for what they want and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, but they had to work like, 6 hours or 8 hours a day that was dictated by their masterminds or whatever. Assuming that like all the other outcomes were good, I would prefer that over like some post-apocalyptic nightmare where everybody has like Mad Max ultimate freedom, but like everybody's life fucking sucks.
Yeah, so there's competing values in terms of freedom over, let's say, some kind of social security. I guess so. I'm interested in what is the kind of point at which you would choose one or the other. How do you kind of, because if I'm thinking about arguing for socialism or something like that, there are other kinds of values in terms of sort of having the ability to genuinely participate in things that you're not able to participate in a capitalist structure and things like that. And so I'm wondering if those matter to you in terms of what we would call outcomes.
I almost don't.
Are outcomes.
Yeah, I almost don't consider freedom almost much at all. I know that at least in the Western world, I think that especially, ironically for a lot of liberals, like freedom or whatever is a really big thing. I think that people overvalue freedom. I think that they think they really like freedom a lot, but I think that freedom, I take like a kind of an instrumentalist approach to it. I think that people say they like freedom, what they really see is freedom as like a means to an end to achieve better outcomes for themselves, because I think they can pick better than other people can, which in some cases is true. But like, if you show me a world where you've got like so many other better outcomes, like let's say there's like some world where there's 2 hallways in front of you, and in one you walk down and you become a teacher, and in another you walk down and you become an engineer. And let's say that I construct some, hypothetical second world where you have more freedom, and now there's a third hallway where you can walk through it and, fall off a bridge. Like I don't think that's good. I think that a lot of people obsess over like notions of freedom or like autonomy or control, but I really don't care about. about these things too much. I don't think just giving people more choices, especially at the expense of their material well.
To explore that, if we were to, I mean, I think you could, if someone made the claim that if you look at the current sort of situation for a quote unquote normal middle class kind of regular worker in the United States, as compared to the regular quote unquote middle class worker in the People's Republic of China. There are obviously a lot of criticisms of China in terms of its lack of freedom and its sort of control, the area, like social controls in a way that seem insane to an American. But one could argue that they have a greater amount of social security. If that's the measure, would you in that sense would have to say that the situation in the People's Republic of China, at least for that individual, the sort of middle class person, would be better? Would you use the word better to describe that?
I would be careful because I'm not 100% sure what the average middle class Chinese person is like.
Yeah,
but I could easily conceive of saying so. Yeah, for sure. Because my retort would be I truly believe that in America we have unbelievable freedoms. The poorest person in the world could theoretically become the richest person in the world. There's a pathway for that to happen in the United States. But what does that matter, right? If we look at the actual access, if we look at the actual material needs that are served and underserved by the average American, right? Who cares about that level of freedom? That's not doing anything for 99% of people. Yeah.
So if in theory the argument for a socialist economy would, at least in that theory, produce what you might call better outcomes, so a higher quality of living, let's say, or a higher standard of living.
Yeah.
then you would concede that would be a quote unquote better system.
Depending on like what types of freedoms we've lost, yeah, for sure. So like,
Okay.
I'm not gonna sit here and say like, oh, like yeah, freedom. But if we're talking about like a world where like every single career and everything is forced upon you, and you're not allowed to watch anything but like state-approved media or whatever, like there's gonna be some level where we've lost freedom that's actually inhibited our ability to make choices that would genuinely make us happy. If that makes a sense. Yeah.
Right.
So
in some ways, there's a difference between the Democratic People's Republic of Korea and the People's Republic of China. They're not maybe, one has less freedoms than the other.
Yeah. I said, like I value like people's ability to live good lives at the end of the day. And I think that freedom can be a useful proxy for that sometimes. So like I have the freedom to choose like generally what I want to eat, which I think like can in some ways enable me to be happier. I've got the freedom to choose media, blah, blah, blah. But like if say for instance, like all of that was provided to me and I never made a choice, like maybe I wouldn't care as much. But if you're taking away like every choice you can make and now you're stuck with shit that you don't like, okay, well now we've got a problem. Not necessarily because we've lost freedom, but because we've lost like things that would have otherwise made us happy that we no longer have access to. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. So that's all very helpful, I think, in one answering the questions, but also trying to like there is a part of me. It's very kind of easy, and I think a cop out in many ways to go the moralistic argument with socialism. I think that you can kind of easily. I mean, there's a standard argument that I would say to someone who is more moralistically inclined. That would be something like the nexus between chattel slavery and wage slavery and the need to get rid of both. But like if that's not important or convincing, I think, to you, then it's not necessarily kind of to make. But I think so for me, at least, just to kind of at least paint the whole picture, I do think that there are moral arguments that one could make about the failures of the current system, the social consequences thereof.
I think we should talk about that.
Okay.
The difference between like wage slavery and slavery.
Sure.
Do you have you ever heard of like in like ethics? Have you ever heard of the term compatibilism?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to give you my understanding of it because I could be wrong because I don't have a formal background on this. Sorry. So my understanding is that like if we look at like if we've got a spectrum of like free will is on one side, we can make decisions free of causality and it's awesome, and then on the other end we are stone cold determinists. We're like, okay, well truly you make no decisions, everything is antecedent causes and you have no free will at all. We have this area in the middle where we're like, okay, so maybe determinism might be real, but like in order to have like meaningful conversations about ethics or morality, we're going to kind of have to make the assumption that that like different choices mean different things. So like somebody holding a gun to your head is going to be a lot different than, you making a choice otherwise, even if we do believe determinism is real. That's kind of like my understanding of like what a compatibilist would say that we can talk about, right? Okay. So I would argue that I think we need to do different things with the word slavery, because because if somebody is going to say like wage slavery exists, and we used to have chattel slavery, now we have wage slavery. It's like, okay, well, if we're going to use the word slavery that way, I'm going to argue that we need to look at it differently, because at that point, literally every single society is going to employ some type of slavery, because even in an ideal communist utopia, you're going to need people to work. And if they don't work, they're not going to get food or something, right? There has to be some buy-in there, I would imagine, right?
Yeah. I mean, well, I would be more like just fine using bondage. Would that be better?
It's still pretty loaded, but okay.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I'm not
so like I kind of like
to deload it.
Yeah, sure. I understand. I guess I look at it as kind of like almost like a social contract kind of thing. Like so this is how I justify paying taxes, even though you didn't consent to being in the state. It's like it doesn't matter. In order for society to function, we need to have a buy-in to it. We need to pay taxes to keep everything running. You benefit from it whether you like it or not, and this is kind of your obligation. You need to work. You need to participate in society. Now, if we want to call that slavery, because if in a capitalist society you don't work, you don't get fed, fine, we can call it slavery. But in any type of society, communist or socialist, like people are gonna have to work, right? Like,
yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, I definitely think that I would not, consider myself a utopian. I mean, I definitely do not think that, a movement towards communism, as I defined it, would be free from error or, free from the vicissitudes of human interactions, and I think there's a lot of
let's get this going here.
things that would orient the development of how something like this would happen. I think that's how you see what happened in the 20th century with some of these sort of experiments in trying to do this, and the consequences of their both, like, they're just historically, socially, economically, and politically contingent.
Sure.
That you can't really divorce actual developments in the world from the way, like, the world as it is. So it's not. I would shy away from, like, even some kind of claim of utopianism. This is, for me at least, an attempt to figure out what are some of the problematic aspects of capitalism, and you can do that from a moral lens, or you could do that from a kind of strictly amoral lens, basically. But I think so if you're doing it from the moral lens, there are questions of sort of like autonomy and democracy and some of these value laden aspects of what it means to meaningfully participate in society and in culture and at the workplace, I think matter. Sure. But I think in for your case, if it is more about the kind of nuts and bolts of what are some of the economic issues that cause capitalism to have, in my view, insurmountable issues, what kind of system can we create that would fix those issues that are not resting on merely moral principles, but are resting on sound economic principles as well?
Really good attack.
Yeah, I mean, it would seem to be that, and it's hard to say because I don't know who does it, unless we point to like Scandinavia, like some form of capitalism with very, very, very heavy government intervention, with some type of like central bank pumping up the economy and everything. Like, seems to be.
I mean, China. That's how I would define China as that. I mean,
China's a little bit differently though, because China has like a lot of like the government kind of like in a single mind runs a lot of the enterprise there. Like, I guess as of the last 20, 30 years, they've opened up more to like external investment, but the government is kind of like the main owner of a lot of the capital in China, which I think is a bit different than.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely different. I do think, like, this might cause a disruption or whatever, but I don't care. When I look at, like, when you had like your opening statement with Rick, and there were part of the argument that you're making was like, look, there have been socialist economies and they didn't work very well. And I think specifically the Soviet Union. And I studied the Soviet Union for like my grad school work, specifically like the bureaucracy of the Soviet Union, and the sort of got like really deep into the history of the Soviet, the sort of Russian, 19th to 20th century history. And I think it is slightly simplistic to sort of say like the USSR was a socialist economy and that socialist economy didn't work, and so therefore socialism's got some particular problems. I think if you look at the Soviet Union, what you really happened for a number of different, again, historically, socially, politically, economically contingent reasons, is that you got to a level of kind of state capitalism in a state that desperately needed massive development, and never moved beyond a sort of state version of capitalism. Because in my definition, if your means of production are owned, controlled, and managed by either a single person or a collection of people, that obviously can be a single owner of, like, a gas station or something, and it could be of the single owner of a factory, or it could be a corporate, ownership structure. And to be honest, I think when you look at how the actual economy was structured in the Soviet Union, you didn't have a lot, yet some, but you didn't have a lot of like worker participation in the management of enterprises. You definitely didn't have like worker control. That was pretty much party control. Yeah. And the state owned it. And so the state being essentially a collection of people, I think it fits under the definition of capitalism, at least that I gave, in the sense that I would agree.
Same thing with even China. Yeah. But I think even
limitations thereof are limitations of that kind of state capitalist model. That's, I think, something that you could argue that a genuinely sort of communistic model, as I would say, or a socialistic model of genuinely giving sort of ownership and control rights to workers, and then the necessary structures to connect them, would ultimately produce better outcomes and a higher standard of living.
It's possible. I just haven't seen it anywhere yet. So it's really hard to make that determination. And the big problem that I have is that I don't really have a problem I don't have a problem suffering some economic harms to figure out if something works or not. So like one of the things that I've said in the past a lot is like, if people want to have like banks that give preferential loans to a whole bunch of people who want to start a co-op so that we can see if the model works, I think that stuff is fine. Like I would encourage that, because I think that like looking for more types of successful ways to run firms, I think is good, not only for like individual workers, but for like keeping the country successful and competitive. I think is really important. The only problem that I have is that, and if you've seen like the 5 questions I pose socialists, the problem that I have is that when people start saying that we have a massive onus to get to this other place, and in order to get there, we need to enact widespread violence, that's a problem. Because now we're saying we basically we're like pushing for a violent revolution for something that we don't even know if it really works. And that seems like a lot more extreme to me. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I think that there's a flippancy with which many, I would dare I say, younger comrades may speak about revolution, what that revolution means. I mean, obviously, there's lots of flippant talk about gulags and guillotines and things like that. And I think some of that is all in good fun, and some of that is frankly highly problematic. And so I agree with you. I think so. I'll just like segue into these 5 things to kind of bring that to hone on on this, because I think that it was I'm surprised that nobody has given you a sufficient answer to some of these questions, because I think these are in some ways fairly straightforward. So I hope my answers will at least be digestible enough that at minimum, like at least somebody's tried to answer these.
Sure.
So, all right, here we go. So the first part is like getting to this violence question. What level of violence is acceptable to you to reach our socialist state? And so the very quick, Twitter answer is, in principle, only the level of violence necessary to maintain the system. So that's obviously very loaded, right? So the amount of violence that is necessary to provide enough coercion to ensure that the state of things does not wholly break down into chaos will be, again, contingent on historical, political, social, and economic factors. And so it will the threat to the current system will ebb and flow, and the level of sort of violence that is necessary to respond to it will obviously ebb and flow as well. And so
Sure.
I would never suggest that a socialist or communist system would be utopian and violence free, but I also don't think that it would always be necessary to institute a gulag archipelago, for instance. And
Sure.
so I think that I think the level of violence that would be necessary, I think it's fair to say that when you look at attempts at organizing the working class, even generally, but specifically organizing them with the oriented goal of expropriating the means of production from individual or collective owners' hands and placing it back in the working class, that movement towards that, even organizing for that, is often met with like pretty intense levels of violence by those for whom it is a threat. And so there's always been this tendency to respond. And so there's always been, I think, class war is often kind of under the surface and working on the level of policy and stuff like that. But it can also erupt into like legitimate combat. And so I think that what you've seen throughout history is that it is rarely the socialists and communists who throw the first bomb or, use the police force and their monopoly on the use of force to be able to engage in acts of violence. And so, like, for me, the level of violence is only that which is necessary, and only in terms of towards the process of whatever kind of revolutionary change we're talking about, only defensive. So only in like necessary to be able to defend the project as it's going against usually unreasonable, unlawful, and unjustifiable acts of violence, particularly by the state.
Sure. So this is where, okay, so I'm gonna tell you my objectives ahead of time, So I won't trap you into like agreeing with any of these things, just so that this is kind of where my thought process goes for why this is so problematic for me. And then I'm going to give you answers that a lot of other lefties will give, and then I'll kind of say this is why I think that this kind of an answer is problematic. So firstly, in terms of what you say.
Okay. Nope. Turn that off first. No music for you. Don't want to get DMCA. Dun 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 dun. Okay. Hold on, what level is Heracross? Oh, sick, we got a new sub. Oh, this one guy's a little further ahead, huh? Whatever. We'll see how this one ranks up. So far, this has been insanely good. I feel like... Can I just go to my history? What do I know? Good song. Okay. V for Vendetta. Over the last couple of weeks, you've learned about basic sociology and theories. In this assignment, you'll review the movie V for Vendetta and demonstrate how 3 of these theories are evident in the movie. Your explanation should be communicated in 3 sections. Each section should have a heading and be dedicated to one particular sociological theory. In each section, identify and explain the theory. Be sure to identify the scene, actually discuss the theory, applications of the theory. Don't just say X theory is in scene Y, because X theory is this and scene Y shows that. One way to do this is to provide reasonable detail regarding character. One way to do this is provide reasonable detail regarding the characters, their relationships, their positions, their character, occupation. I'm just interested in who this person is. Cage lock. I wonder what this guy's claim to fame was. No way he gets through this. Where does he wipe? Let's see that death box. It's actually nothing crazy in here. Actually, no, he has a Ralts and a Curlia in there. You had 2 shots at a Gardevoir, you lost both of them. It's not a great start. Krogung's pretty good. You had 2 shots at Donphan. You missed both of them as well. I like the Almastar. It's kind of funny. Kricktoon's pretty terrible. Krogan can be okay. Porygon Z, I never use Porygon Z because it's way too hard to get, but you have a decent, oh, it's all water types. Your team isn't, it's okay. It's cool that you got a Vespiquen. That Igglybuff could be, it's actually just not that good without Fairy type. Snorlax is good. Lopunny is good if this is Renegade. Oh, the Macaco died as well. Oh, never mind. I didn't realize that. Whoops. Oh, you're kind of running out of options here. What else went? Oh, the Slowpoke too. What happened? What happened? Oh. He ran into a level 32 Raichu. Okay, but how did we get here? Oh, this is the berry fight. Oh, we got the burn off it. That's so big. Relicanth comes in. You don't have a great Relicanth counter. You don't have any Relicanth counter. You have no. This team's garbage. Man, Barry's switching like crazy. That Meganium comes out. Don't you just? Why would you go to Snorlax? Why would you just go back to Macargo? Did he like? I feel like you should be able to make it farther than this. Maybe not though. Wait, what happened? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Oh, he had yawn. Do you have a setup move at this point? I would go into Vespiquen and try to set up. Well, you belly drum. If you can heal. I mean, you have Ninja. What do you... Why'd you switch? Raichu? Stay in. You have to stay in. No, that's a one shot. Okay, you got the Raichu. He's second Raichu? Ooh, you didn't get the burn that time. Use 0 healing items. And you can use healing items. No way, yeah, that Gardevoir doesn't live. God, Raichu's so good early game. Do you know anything that's faster than it? I think this could be a wipe. I think this is a wipe. It's kind of it, Chief. Yeah, I think you lost here. If he gets out of it, this is impressive. I don't know what you do. I think you just lose. I don't know. See what he does. Wow. He wiped. I guess that means he lost the lock, right? Or does he just fall asleep at some point? Part one. You can't part one a sleep log. You just gotta have speed up on and start praying. You have to play really smart as well. That's another aspect of it. Ooh, I could never do a sleep log. I probably could actually. I probably will at some point. Okay. Let's go look at our basic sociological theory. Nope. Content. Intro to Soch. Wait, it said okay, so the first thing I thought of when I watched this movie was there's probably some social analytical theory. The conscious and unconscious mind. But I think it gets really muddy, to be 100% honest. As to like what we would deem like it's entirely possible in V's unconscious mind that his ego is the Although maybe, man, it's way more gray, which encourages to seek physical satisfaction, prompts us to do the moral thing, not one that feels best. He might deem that he probably deems that the moral thing is to start his revolution. But like, so yeah, I guess it would be his ego, right? Because he would be like, sorry. It would be his super ego then, not his id. I'm not sure if his id doesn't seem all that relevant. Behavioralism. Belief that human behavior can be predicted. Oh, well, I guess behavioralism might apply here. Okay. So for sure, so psychoanalytical theory for I feel like I would not feel satisfied with an answer for psychoanalytical theory for V. I mean for V. But for EV, I think you can get behavioralism pretty easily. Okay, behavioralism for EV. Learning theory. Learning theory leads to most human behaviors learned, especially in childhood and youth. People trained and are taught. I think that's just an offshoot of behavioralism, right? Learning theory. I should have brought this up in the. I think I might have messed up the test a little bit. Psychological questions. Hold on. I should probably put like a prompt on screen. It says like, hey, by the way, doing a bit of streaming. I mean, doing a bit of. Oh, it's fine. It's whatever. I'm not gonna add it. Psychological questions focuses on people's behaviors with key questions. What must people do to successfully change their behavior? What factors make behavior modification? Dream analysis. Are there any? I don't think there's any dreams. Okay. Structural functionalism. According to structural functionalism, each society should provide its members with the fundamental requirements for functioning. Sorry, I'm looking at this. No, it absolutely is complicated. Oh God. Oh no, I need to learn about Israel Palestine so I can just should I just watch Where's Dylan Burns? I trust him about this stuff. Because I couldn't hold a conversation on Israel Palestine right now. Other than saying like, yeah, it seems like both sides are doing pretty terrible things, both bombing each other like crazy, and Palestinians seem to be pretty anti-Semitic sometimes, and yeah, other than that, I couldn't hold anything. So, it's whatever. According to structural functionalism, each society should provide its members with the fundamental requirements for functioning. A system must have a way of fulfilling material needs, a system for socializing and educating the young, a way of regulating human reproduction, usually. Structural functionalists believe their role is to try and explain the role of society's systems. Structural functionalism does not concern themselves. It's cool that he linked the YouTube video that doesn't work. It's honestly sick. Flashing lights. Okay. Neo-Marxist / conflict theory. Marx believed that economic power led to the problem. The problem that I have with going with this analysis, is that it they didn't do a whole lot of class stuff other than there's like 3 moments. There's like one scene where they're like only the rich people eat like real butter or whatever. Doesn't seem to be super relevant. This movie's pretty anti-authoritarian to begin with, so I think they move away from all that sort of stuff. So I don't know, I think it applies. Symbolic interactionism. Symbolic interactionism is like humans have complex brains and little instinctive behavior. This means they can interpret for themselves the stimuli they receive in their daily life and attach their own meaning to them. Example, one person might pursue fame and fortune, while a sibling might dedicate his or her life to charitable work in a developing country. It is essential how we as individuals process and interpret that what we are observe in society and not society's institutions that form the core value system. For this reason, stability focuses on the research human mind rather than structures in society. It is essentially how we as individuals process and interpret what we observe in our society, not the system, not the society's institutions, that form core value system. Okay, so this is another question mark. This one's a check. Feminist theory focuses on genders. Traditionally, visitors men have discriminated against them. They believe that bad. What does that apply here? Seems like probably kind of no. Inclusionism. Inclusionist could be taken in a society between ethnic and race. We'll do inclusionism. That seems like a pretty easy one. Anthropology. Functionalism. Functionalism explains how society is organized to perform functions. Functionalists believe that the individual plays a role. Individuals have to play a role, have roles to play. Each role has a status, and the most prevalent behaviors are called norms. Let's use this. I'll be back. No one else is here. Well, rip my camera. I want to watch this video. Looks kind of funny. Baby.
Because these are all living memes, right? So. All right. Ah! Oh my! So aggressive. The freeze frame. This went from 0 to 8 billion. This went from 0 to 6 million really quick. Oh fuck. Oh, you could say that about a few things, couldn't you?
All right, folks, we'll get started.
Didn't we talk about Colin Kaepernick? Yeah, I would consider him to be an agent of change. He started it seems like at the time when he was doing the kneel at the national anthem thing, it wasn't something that was very popular, and now like it was like pretty popular and has a lot of broad success all across like I think literally every sport. Um, so that was pretty key to the Black Lives Matter movement, I think. So yeah, I would consider him an agent of change. Wasn't it the Treaty of Versailles? Treaty of Versailles? Oh boy. Oh boy. We're gonna do breakout rooms. Yeah.
September 11th, 2001. A day of grief. A day of courage. This is how that day unfolded.
My daughter called me. She said, plane just flew into the World Trade Center. I said, nah, you gotta be kidding me. It's gotta be a Piper Cub or some clown was flying down the river.
At 8:46 a.m., American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston, with 92 aboard, traveling at a speed of 470 miles per hour, strikes the North Tower of the World Trade Center complex. Within minutes, officials coordinate the citywide emergency response. Their base of operations is a state-of-the-art command center located on the 23rd floor of 7 World Trade Center. With one tower in flames, the tragedy is only beginning. It is 9:03 when United Airlines Flight 175, with 65 aboard, traveling at the speed of 590 miles per hour, smashes into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. This aircraft strikes the corner of the South Tower. It rips a diagonally shaped gash from the 84th to the 78th floors. The South Tower lasts only 56 minutes before it succumbs at 9:59 a.m. The dust cloud billows outward for blocks. Victims stagger away. At 10:28, the television mast atop the North Tower spears straight down.
Once the collapse started, there really wasn't any way to stop it. It was just going to go all the way down once it got started.
Chaos in New York City. Power is down in Lower Manhattan. Phone lines jammed with more than 230 million calls. Hundreds of firefighters trapped in the towers. Hundreds more race to the scene. Falling debris from the collapse of the North and South Towers ignites fires in the neighboring buildings of the World Trade Center. World Trade 4, 5, and 6 are ablaze. World Trade 7, the building housing the city's command center, burns unchecked for 7 hours. At 5:20, it collapses. The city's emergency nerve center is destroyed.
Somewhere in that time, and it's very hard to keep track of time during this, they had been ordered to evacuate number 7 by the Port Authority. To this day, we don't know who gave that order, but whoever it was saved a lot of people's lives.
With New York a war zone, some residents walk across the Brooklyn Bridge to get out of the city. Others seek escape in vessels piloted by the Army Corps of Engineers. At 7:45 p.m., the New York Police Department says 78 officers are missing and estimates that 200 firefighters are dead. At 10:56 p.m., police officials say they believe there are victims alive in the rubble of the World Trade Center.
Working with urban search and rescue teams, there was a lot of areas to be searched underneath the debris field. There were voids that had to be searched for possible live people.
September 11th, 2001, the longest and most tragic day in New York's history, is drawing to a close.
Yeah, now that you say it, I definitely remember that now, yeah.
You can listen to 3 recorded calls made from the aircraft that day. Please be advised that these brief recordings include content of a sensitive nature. Parental guidance is recommended for younger visitors. Passenger Lauren Grant-Colas phoned her husband Jack at 9:39 a.m., about 11 minutes after the hijacking began, leaving this message on their home answering machine.
Honey, are you there? Jack, pick up, sweetie. Okay, well, I just wanted to tell you I love you. We're having a little problem on the plane. I'm totally fine. I just love you more than anything. Just know that. And, I'm comfortable and I'm okay for now. Just a little problem, so I just love you. Please tell my family I love them too. Bye, honey.
Ooh.
Passenger Linda Grundland phoned her sister Elsa at 9:46 a.m., about 18 minutes into the hijacking, leaving this message on her home answering machine.
Elsa, it's Lynn. I only have a minute. I'm on United 93, and it's been hijacked by terrorists who say they have a bomb. Apparently, they have flown a couple of planes into the World Trade Center already, and it looks like they're going to take this one down as well. Mostly, I just wanted to say I love you, and I'm going to miss you. and please give my love to my dad. And mostly, I just love you, and I just wanted to tell you that. I don't know if I'm going to get a chance to tell you that again or not. All my stuff is in the safe. The safe is in my closet in my bedroom. The combination is you push T for clear and then 0913, and then it should, and maybe pound, and then it should unlock. I love you, and I hope I can talk to you soon. Bye.
Flight attendant Cece Lyles phoned her husband Lorne at 9:47 a.m., about 19 minutes into the hijacking, leaving this message on their answering machine.
Hi, baby. Baby, you have to listen to me carefully. I'm on a plane that's been hijacked. I'm on the plane. I'm calling from the plane. I want to tell you I love you. Please tell my children that I love them very much. And I'm so sorry, babe. I don't know what to say. There's 3 guys. They've hijacked the plane. I'm trying to be calm. were turned around, and I've heard that there's planes that's been flown into the World Trade Center. I hope to be able to see your face again, baby. I love you. Bye.
Interesting.
I took an express subway train from Times Square to Chambers Street, which is the stop just before the World Trade Center. The first thing I saw was the two World Trade Centers. Both of them had smoke and fire coming from them. I just started making my pictures. I was photographing the burning building when EMT says, "Oh my gosh, look at that." And we started seeing people coming down out of the building. I instinctively picked up my camera and started photographing them, following them as they came down, until I photographed what has become known as the falling man. It's a very quiet photograph. It's not like a lot of other violent photographs from other disasters. There's no blood, there's no guts, there's nobody getting shot. But people react to it in a way that they feel that they can relate to this photograph, that they might have been in the same situation and they might have had to make whatever choice the man in the photograph made. You have to be very aware of your surroundings when you're in a situation like this. You have to be careful that you don't become a victim. Journalists don't run away from a falling building. We don't run away from the fire. We run to it because it's our job to record history. I didn't know I had that photograph of that man in that position until I actually saw it on my computer when I got back to the office. I called one of our photo editors and I showed him the picture and I said, "This is it. This has got to be the picture." This man was like an arrow bisecting the two World Trade Centers. I woke up the next morning and I opened up the paper and there was my photograph of falling man. It was a very brave thing for them to use that picture. It was the only picture that was like that of anybody falling from the building. The only picture that showed any kind of human interaction like that. A paper in Allentown, Pennsylvania used the picture and they put it on their whole back page in the newspaper, and the editor said that it was that important to photograph, and he got a lot of mail, letters to the editor saying, "You shouldn't have run this. This is not something I want my children to see." Tom Janot, the author of the Esquire article, he's the one who came up with the name, The Falling Man. That was the name of the article, and it sort of stuck. I've never regretted taking that photograph at all. It's probably one of the only photographs that actually shows someone dying that day. We have a terrorist attack on our own soil and we still don't see pictures of our people dying, and this is a photograph of someone dying.
The hot take specialist coming in. That's a really good call out from her. Is there like a difference? Eradicate is so bad. We need to get it to. Eradicate is terrible. We need to get it to 38, I think. Something crazy like that. Yeah, 38. It's just so bad.
Is so lovely. Do I relate to this? Yes, I had this exact same experience. I was the best basketball player, and then I brought the rainbow flag, and then all of the non-white people on my team started spanking me in the locker room, and I got yelled at.
I don't think it makes much sense for you to change in here anymore.
What?
This man's acting is fascinating. I love how he's like crying on half of his face, but not the like this eye's completely bloodshot and like red and filled with tears. He's got like a little redness around. Looks like he got punched in the face. Like he might have hit himself or Darman hit him to get him to cry. He's got a bruise here. That's weird. Who's beating him up? Is this kid getting like abused at home? Like serious, I'm actually kind of worried now. And then perfectly fine on this side of the face. Like what's going on in this? Is that a hickey? I think it's a Darman hitty. Yeah, he got hitty by Darmani. Darman fam. Allegedly.
What are you talking about? This is the locker room I've always changed in.
Yeah, well, that's before I found out about you.
Found out about you.
Now let me make something clear.
Something going on. I don't understand who it. I don't know why. It wasn't there in the last scene. So the question would be, why would there?
Not my fault.
It wasn't even there in like the last shot, really, was it? His neck's fine. What happened? Did Darman hit him? Are we falling down like some weird like abuse scandal rabbit hole? Like what's happening? Can we? That's a funny shot. Okay, so he's fine. Eye looks fine. Neck looks fine, right? He didn't get hit here, right? And then all of a sudden he's like, it looks like somebody grabbed his fucking neck and hit him in the eye. Like, why is he bruised? Why does he have red marks? This is the only eye he's crying in. Did he not act good enough and like got smacked around? Like what happened? Did he hit himself to get the tears flowing? Deleted scene maybe? Yeah, maybe. I hope so. Maybe there was violence in this and they just cut it out. That would be the ideal scenario. I'm just wondering why
But you are not on the same team as us. Off. Get out.
Coach, come on.
Come on. Quiet.
I'll play with your balls.
He's lucky I'm even letting him play tomorrow.
This is weird. He very obviously has like a. I think, yeah. Let's assume it's a deleted scene. Let's assume that Darman originally included the coach strangling him and punching him in the eye, and then people were like, that's not going to get monetized. Maybe it was in there and he only removed it because it got demonetized. Let's assume that. I can believe that. That's a really easy explanation. It got demonetized, so he had to remove a scene. Although, would a Darman video really get demonetized? We don't know.
Out.
Out.
Yeah, I'll see you at the game tomorrow.
I love how do you manage to sit in such an awkward position when you're supposed to be looking like you're just sitting normally. I don't know.
Oh.
So this is what she was doing before the door opened. Before the door opened was this. Her hands like just staring very intently at the door, saying, "Please open. I'm going to die here."
Oh! So glad that I found you. Hi, I'm from Sports Daily.
More like Sports Gaily.
So, how are you feeling about tomorrow's championship game?
Yeah, I'm pretty good, I guess.
Well, I hear there's going to be some college scouts there. Do you think you'll get a scholarship?
I'm not allowed a scholarship. I'm gay. Sorry.
I sure hope so. You know, that'd be my dream. To play for a team like UCLA.
Like Ookla.
Liam! Hey! That shot was amazing. Thanks.
Hello.
Hello!
Oh, is he your...
Oh, boyfriend.
Oh, well, in that case, do you think I could get a picture of the two of you? It's for the cover.
No! Good timing. I love the timing in this. It's so good.
Yeah, I guess that's fine.
Better not be no gay pictures happening on my fucking basketball team. You're not allowed to take a picture of him and his friend.
No, stop. No photos.
He just said I could. So.
I don't care. Interview is over, toots.
Toots. Come here. Who does he remind me of? This is so weird.
You, wait here.
I'll deal with you later.
Trying to make me look bad?
No.
This is where he said, "Look, man, the gay thing I could handle, but this interracial shit has got to go." This is a weird freeze frame, too.
Why would I do that? Then why are you going around trying to tell the whole world that you're gay?
You know what? I can't do this anymore. You're off the team.
What? But tomorrow's the big champ.
Now he's gonna lose specifically because he's not on the team. Maybe the gay boy will join the rival team and he'll carry the whole game and beat them.
Championship game and I'm your best player. You can't do that.
Were my best player. That is before I found out about you.
Man, what year is this set in? Because this kid would have a very strong legal case. If he just whipped out his phone at any moment, like this would, this fucking coach would just be done. Like he would be fired for the rest of his life.
I don't need you on my team to win. And on my team, like I said
I guess she had a smartphone.
earlier, gay cannot play.
Oh my god, this is like the catchphrase. This is so weird. This guy's facial expressions.
Please, no, don't do this.
You know, I really thought you'd go to college. Like a good one. Maybe even the NBA. Once people find out about you, no one's gonna want you, man.
No one's gonna want you, Darman fam.
Maybe you should just be a cheerleader or something.
Get it? Because cheerleaders are women or gays, not you can't. Gays don't ever have any sort of skills at sports or physical fitness. Gay.
Hey.
Hey, gay.
Okay?
You gay?
I saw all that. I'm sorry.
Sorry, you're such a big fucking gaybo. Steven Spielberg, the BFG. Big fucking gaybo. It's about you, bitch.
Gee, sure you are. I bet you're throwing him off the team and won't be playing tomorrow.
No, I'm not.
Oh, he is the rival. Okay, wait. This is exactly what I said it was going to happen. This is exactly what I said was going to happen. Isn't this... Is it... Okay, well, let's just see what happens.
I feel terrible about the way he just treated you. No one should be made to feel that way.
Have fun, son. All right.
He's got like a sunburn somehow.
Whatever. It doesn't matter. My career in basketball is over.
It was all dependent on this one coach.
No team's gonna want me because I'm gay.
I don't.
Have fun, son. All right.
I don't imagine there's such a thing as a big fucking gaybo in the year 2021 that doesn't understand that he can publicly shame his coach over the internet and solve his problems.
That's not true.
How would you know?
Oh, I love that shot. How would you know? Oh, that was really good. I'm going to watch that again. Lots of head nodding. Very lovely.
How would you know?
Love it.
Because I want you to come play on my team.
And this coach's name was Jerry Sandusky.
What? Really?
Oh my god. Oh no. There's a lot of... Every frame is a painting in Darman Fam Jams. There's,
all right,
like,
folks,
you
we're
could-
starting up in
you
30
could
seconds.
Watch one Darman Fam Jam and have reaction videos for like your entire life, reaction images and clips, you know?
Have fun, son. All right.
Is that even allowed?
Yeah, sure it is. And to be honest, it would be an absolute honor to have you. Oh, and you know what? For all that it is worth, you can use whatever towel you'd like.
He brings like a fucking "Don't tread on me," like Nazi. I know those two things are different, but if he had the combination, Confederacy. If he brought
right,
a
ladies and
towel and it
gentlemen,
was like
let's turn our
a knitted
cameras on.
quilt of all of these like.
Uh, yes, what are you gonna do to help? There's not really much to do, unfortunately. Yeah. They don't even know who it was, yeah. Yeah, the voicemails. I think they were in the museum. I think, and I think the family, like of the person that received the voicemails, have to give them the okay to actually play them. Like I'm sure other people sent voicemails as well, but so at least we know that. Yeah. Wait, so we have to do. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we just like. So one of us does like a question each, and then. Here, I'll make a copy. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. It's okay. I think I shared it. I hope it went through. Let me check. Okay, cool. Oh, I thought I shared a copy, but it should say group 4 at the end, maybe. I don't know. Hopefully. Hmm. Add people or group. Maybe I have to enter like the full email. Because for some reason that. Hmm. 8. Oh, okay. I think that's it. And then. Nice, okay. Nice. Okay. Now I shared it with you. I just didn't. I don't know. Google's being weird. Nice. Um. Oh, okay. How do you explain it? Yep. Sorry. Jari. Okay. hmm So, the events of transform their beliefs. Yeah, I think for beliefs you might find like maybe I actually don't know for that one. It could be maybe like I know there's like broadly like a little bit of like Islamophobia maybe. I think it may be like a little bit like people generally like we're a little bit more scared of like Muslim people. I think we found that a little bit, but that's maybe something you could look at. Yeah, that's what like it transforms their belief in like yeah. Social integration. That one I'm not sure about. I know that there was like a ton of restrictions they had to add to airports and stuff. That was the main thing I remember. How did the event transform individual? Yeah, you can just like write your name beside what number you want to do, and then so I have like a rough idea. What does that mean? How do the events in our level lead to transformations of individual practices? What? Am I reading that wrong? Yeah. I'll try question number 3. It seems weird, but maybe I can find something. Okay, I'm gonna have to go and ask him. This makes 0 sense. Hey, Mr. Troy, could you explain question 3 a little bit more? Yeah, I was really lucky. Yeah, I was there I think 3 years ago. Yeah, it was. You were right. They had like a crazy amount of artifacts, like pieces of. I'm pretty sure pieces of the building. It's like an entire wall. Yeah, like you said, they have massive amounts of like portraits of people that were killed. Yeah, a lot of different artifacts. Yeah. Question number 3. So, how did the events of 9/11 lead to transformations in individual practices? Oh, okay. So maybe like a higher level of. So you would maybe look at like a higher level of like a so maybe less trust in travel. Maybe okay. I think I understand what you're saying a little bit. Mm-hmm. Okay. 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 Sounds good. Yeah, it does. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, you could probably do that if you want. Just like change a few things up. Yeah, if you want to plagiarize, yeah, no big deal. It's probably not getting handed in. I think you might be able to find out, like, you could look up, like, increased um, Islamophobia post 9/11, something like that, and you might be able to find something. That's just my general, like, I think that might have happened, but I could be wrong. Yeah, like hate crimes against Muslims increase after 9/11. This is like one article here. Like in 2001 there was 481 incidences, and like the rest of the graph is like it was like 28 in the year 2000, and then it jumped like 400%, 500% the following year, something like that. No, way more than that. Here, I'll throw the link where your sources thing is. Mortality? Thank you. Oh, sorry. Actually, can you just put this like right? Yeah, thank you. You just threw it. Oh, yeah. I guess we have to go back to the meet now. We're going back to the meet now, right? Do we have to hand this? I can't remember how we hand this in. Yeah, but okay. Sounds good.